And here we go again. Sorry that you guys have to hear me prepping for the stream. I forgot I had muted. But yes. It is time for more Endwalker. And we were gonna go visit Alpha and Alice's mother. I apologize, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Centurion? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you accompany us on our visit home? Ugh. Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. God, never mind. Livio estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. After now, yeah. Down the stairs, not off the cliff. For legal reasons. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alvin and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Was that Asian? Okay. I think I already got that one too. And here you are at last. Please come in. Please do come.
Welcome home, my lady. What? What are you gawping at?
What do you think, Alice? How's Livia in all its grandeur?
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course. if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
I'm special.
Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Anytime.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Okay, so which guard do you want to hear about? Or do you want to hear about the time I slayed the fucking emperor?
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
Can't wait
And
for it to
while
get
I
on the
shall
mark
miss
station.
dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Is this the sage weapons?
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that
aplomb.
crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father. that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Fuck, there we go. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as for to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. So, I am assuming this is gonna be it for Charlian then. Enjoy your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thafnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. What's up, homies? Fellow gamers. I have Kryle's instructions in hand, and if you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thafnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Whomsteth? Thou wilt recall the hunt up for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Oh, Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As I had the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Rianche, whether you come with us or no, it is your choice and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the conference, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Kite. I'm gonna name him Kite. Even if it's wrong. Cause that way I can make it a Yugi reference. Fellow gamers. Well, now this is a rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of choir of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage of Daphnia and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. When we've finally done it, we've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherytes, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yiddelmad at Port Town in Daphnia. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Ratsatan, and indeed we owe much of this breaking through to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we are to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an incident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherytes were made for people like you, like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to use your shiny new invention? Do we? Can we? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream. In a statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Alright. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Quile truly knows how to pick him. If I might change the subject, our master Wilfsson and Mistress Blovida not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their post. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand. But I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheroid Plaza. I'll be along shortly. So I know we're going to the moon. Is Sharlayan going to teleport itself to the moon? I mean the homies.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
How reassuring.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
This is going great. Ethereal sickness, yeah. Okay, I thought we were gonna draw the lines all the way through. Like, no. They just.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Yeah,
Now
I'm okay.
across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
I'm not okay.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Ilsabad, Fafnir. Oh.
seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
I mean, the homie's dying.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
I stunned. You managed to get yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Justinian in time? Woo, penis! Here there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with aether sickness. But by the man, a traveler, I mean, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amara lassi made with only the finest and freshest ingredients is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of warm welcome to Daphnia, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. High road or robbery. The price is high road robbery and you want to say as much, but it's Justinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your No, Justinian, don't do it. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. What? Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,899 gil for the 30 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. It's not. Okay, I was gonna say it's not gonna knock me anymore. Then it just fucking hits me. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death's grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Endwalker, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent. You have spared us Satoru's wrath. No, I haven't. He still bought it. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound 'tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Bavarian weave, though not tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. That time you bought a summer sword. I don't know how price it. It's not uncommon for men to set their prices high, but it's... I'm inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Daphnia as its dominion, the nation of Ratzadhan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning there were the Akasodara, a Matangana tribe indigenous to this island. Over time they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Ratzadhan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see in any evidence. Given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight it is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose but learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintances, shall we see what information we can gather here in Udelimad. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Center, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting, though the mere sight of it may be. Might need that later. Determination and vitality. Oh fuck. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are not on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Gazing out at the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appear to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, reading my sales, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly selling anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could have been worse. I could have I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Castle. Don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Carl Saal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sail, the harbor guild building across the water from here. Well, now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunea. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives, our lives thanks to the radiant host. But business is as good as dead. What'll become of us only the gods know. The Dalmatians aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself and the provinces are in chaos. Then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmatians. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalsal, I do. Which is why I regret to say that I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, aren't you? A merchant, please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. I thought he was gonna say, please talk to no one. Excuse me. My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kalsal. Oh, I see he's busy. I'll come back later then. You look so sad. No. Come back, please, come back. Please, you look so upset. How could they put that much emotion into an elephant? Look at those eyes. Oh. Yes? Can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalsal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my cash to Kalsal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Yoma. An adventurer, you say, and you travel in the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalsal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I don't see why not. If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. Can I escape your maybe? Hold on. Let me just really quickly go to... I need to press this button. Yeah, Dome Enclave is closest. I'm just gonna be quickly glam. Wait, what? Hold on. So Ilsabad is placed here. Not here. I forgot to set that as favorite destination. Fuck. I set Old Shalin as my home point, so I'm just gonna, you know, not have that one. I should still have Yulmore as one as well, right? Yeah. Everything under control. It won't show me that. Just show in chat. Okay then. I was gonna see what it looked like without the glam on, but I will. You do then show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, the 3 people here in Edelmad. I'll observe you and learn. Yeah, yeah. Yes. From the sea's bosom to your mouth. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now. No, so thanks, but no thanks. Never mind. It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer. Can I try again? Can I try again? I can't try again! Penis. I thought I could abandon the thing and go back, but no. Wait, do I even have to? I can't abandon these ones, but I can't abandon this one either, huh? I 4-4. A hogger, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? So I want to buy some. So I want. If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say a dozen. They don't need me. What did we need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that, and this and that. All of it wears me down, and if I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. I pity you don't sell fruit. But I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Yeah, never mind. If nothing else you left her with a positive impression, let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? And that's because I wanted to start a conversation and then slowly make her go into like making her buy fish, you know? What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Oh. Ate sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fruit will settle your stomach. Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. What do you mean? Are you dumb? Never mind. We just approached him at a bad time. And timing is everything, yes. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Yeah, great. I sold nothing. Just help me. Chased by an elephant. Someone save me. Help. Someone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end, but the way you fearlessly approached strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Carl Sal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Kalsal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too? Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters are as my witness. Kalsal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. But so to think that it would be so to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their helpless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. The Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's Aka Sodara, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Aka Sodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Alcuali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kral's acquaintances, incidentally. It's held then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make up for the village. I was about to know about the elevated ground overhead, maybe. I see either from here either. No, leave me alone. Help! Somebody help! Matthias. Maltzia's voice, and it came from the north. No, that one. Get ready, because here comes the Requiesca. Huh? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arca were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others. But fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to call them the tower Sot, House of Divinities. In the old tongue, it means. But they are not the true divinities. They are monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis not for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us. Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it too. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. Fuck, I can't read. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. And he goes alone again. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavernian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions to Akiali. Fuck, I can't fucking read. How to get... What the hell is this? Cracked. You! Welcome to Aquila, my friend. Their name means White Beach, and there isn't much here to save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasvid Yuda. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? You wish to know about our gods. What a curious visitor you are. Most want fishing in. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusaya, being of wisdom, who assume the form of men, and Marka, beings of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Jesus Christ. Interested in learning about our gods, you say. That's what I like to hear. Pick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Maga deities, who looked like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict, eventually seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Maga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Maga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusaya have worn animal faces and the Maga the limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friend know, I'll go fetch it from my home at once. I'm being distracted by FC chat. Fuck. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manusya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindurova, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sanduruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindurva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so it's beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for a different reason, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusaya, the deities of Eosia preside over a myriad aspects of life. And what of the Marga, if I may ask? The Marga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possessed a gorgeous head, and he is mentored as the progenitor of Akasodara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? Now Estinian is interested. It is said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. The divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, this dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. I'm gonna say the S word. You need new paint. Ooh, fancy aetherite. Just pulling up with the elephant, goddamn. He's gonna talk. Are we gonna have voice here? I feel like we're gonna have voice here.
What happened?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the Great Work, I come bearing new scales.
scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Where is the dragon?
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
This feels very Hildebrand.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
I was gonna say, are we really gonna bring the child? Like, okay, we are bringing the child. Why are we bringing the child? Well, Asinian's dead. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. The Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation. Centon is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any other consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test. And here's where you and your blessing of light come in. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. I mean, that makes sense. In that case, Oriancha and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you're ready then, let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Well, now that Heidelin is weakening herself, it might not be that good. Fuck. I love being cold. Where did the tower go? There's the tower. That way. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not at all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken deeps. A deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commenting on FDA exposure testing. Repeat, commenting. They're really happy about this whole following thing. Wedding Aether, please stand back. Okay, so let me go into the discharging Aether. You are struck by a powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. Return to the stomach. Oh, so yeah, I just have to leave. One discharging ether. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. The blessing light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Yeah, but I get the feeling eventually that the blessing light is gonna wear off as Heidelin gets weaker. One discharging ether. Here we go. You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come. Let me take the deep hell off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish this aether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead, with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires to use a special ink. We have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Akasadora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. Count on me. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kadja's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Gasp! Look out, Sentron! Okay, say hello to fucking Confiteor. I just realized I also used the fucking 2 bullets while using press cut. Yeah, I am smart. Gasp! But that gave me a fright. To think that that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I ask you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Yes, of course. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just throw these pillars and up the rise. What the hell is that? Nope, not dealing. Not today. Ah, here we are. Katja's footsteps. Katja was a great dancer, and those who followed in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Ugh, fine. Confiteor! And that's why you're dead. I thought that was actually Innocence for a moment. I was like, wait. Fuck you doing here, bro?
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan.
Oh, right. I have to present myself.
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Oh no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no,
I
no.
come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owe?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Did they change his voice? They changed his voice, didn't they? He sounds different. I have enough spirit read to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I'm so happy that they removed the Aether Compass, so now I can't find the Aether Currents easier. This is so great. Love it. 10 out of 10 game. Sinton, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we are that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Like 1,000 gil. Here you go. It's not much, but if you choose me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Rianche told everyone about this tempering cure, and Justinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't, in good conscience, send you out there alone with kidnappers are at large. Centurion, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of... Cringe. Okay, boomer. Giant skull is a type of ore found on the isle. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has... Cringe. Okay, boomer. Conductivity, it has applied applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. Welcome, Hidden, to Endwalker. The quarry where it is found... It is found amply named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. Maybe impose on you once more? Of course. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Sinuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. Maybe borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nitana. By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Hamsa? What? Is that like a spicy chocobo? Exion. Alchemist. Oh, a dodo. Here are our Hamsa Centurion. If the creature looks familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eosian dodos. Hamsa have Mimo, you're still level 81, cringe, you know. Why? Oh, that's because I play the game on stream. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Daphnia, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by Montrose from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first take for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You're ready, let us depart. Let us be off if you haven't ridden dodos before. If you want that they have a wobbling gait. That's because I also try to not level off stream. I try to keep it on stream, most of it. The spectacular formation stretching out of the water is called... I can't see it because Sword Legend holds a visual. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Varshan, on an errand for the satrap. I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, 2 years now since you took over. I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will... Nabdeen, thank you. Nabdeen. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Sentinel entirety of the Eosian contingent. Come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eosia, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We will be glad for any tidings you can share. You too, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eosia. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they are the ones behind the tower and that they declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. Are you a Reaper? Is that a Reaper weapon? What? They want to die and take everyone with them. What madness is this? But you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eosian and Far Eastern brothers. Are you a Reaper? Oh, you are. What the hide the loom sickle. Ooh, iffy, honestly. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What is the towers in Eosia? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yes, they do, sadly. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. I have to plop one down right in fucking old Shalian. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This tower of sort, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunir. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes will still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was an enlightening for you, as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Rotterdam ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the depth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come. You had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. I am afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. So the Hamza appears to want to return home, with reluctantly offers you its back. Should become separate from your steed. Yeah. I love the music. It's such an epic music for just spicy dodo. Jesus Christ. That's a spicy penis. As soon as you arrive at just when the Hamza dashes off. Wow, okay, just abandoned me like that, damn. I couldn't figure out if that was a child or just... Okay. Hi, this is indeed Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Senyuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull, and a lot of it. Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of purest giant skull. We always have set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. You. Throw down. Give me the card, damn you! Give me the card! Play the mammoth. There? Why? Right there. Your tactics confuse and scare me, sir. Fine, I'll live without your fucking card. I'll continue the MSQ. You will never take me alive. You will take me alive. Damn, I thought I could cheat it, but I couldn't. Whee! Easy money. Didn't even fit. Not even a scratch, honestly. Welcome back, Sultan. Did I hope you have the giant skull? Oh my god. Here you go. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I
just
see our
rest here in the rain.
taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
I forgot you guys
I have to
existed.
hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering.
Oh my.
An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
Unless.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope. No words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Edgy.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
The Fandaniel.
Fandaniel? Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you then.
Yay, maybe it will. Here we go. There it is, in all its glory. No. No, thank you. I'm good. Thank you. Please go. Thank you. Don't come again. This is a rather finer boat than I expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Head to the Tower of Salt.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
She's not gonna make it. She's not gonna make it. I'm calling it now. She's not gonna make it. I'm gonna call it now, just to be safe.
A few more steps.
There it is.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Yeah, but the door is open, so something's gonna come.
What?
See? Oh, never mind.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old. Oh, he's probably talking about the Asians.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Asian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Asians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Asian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Of House Brutus.
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Armor, at your service.
Oh. Like the guy from the Crystal Tower?
A nation of unbridled
Prosperity.
every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
Oh, how wonderful.
You are a genius genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe. No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals.
So they are alive still.
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
God damn it. Ah, you returned, but where is Mistress Nidhana? My news are preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Look at little baby. This dude just really pulled up with the shotgun, that goddamn. Oh, I'm low on health. Anyway. I have clemency. Look at that wee little Nanka. Nanka's returned to the sea, or it brings to Little Venus, gone with the wind. Holy Sheltron. Wait, Shelton can heal me? Pog? Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? Fucking Van Daniel. So it was Van Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nitana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Yadahana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of this tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Yosin visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Ratzat Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it's settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Well, this is a pretty interesting place. What is that? Is that just a temple or something? Akma temple, okay. But how do we... So, Ratsatan is... Oh, okay. I thought I had to jump down there to get to Ratsatan. Well, this is pretty interesting. There's a Dalmal that's called the Jamil over here. So this is like, yeah, this is like Idleshire. Or Dravania, I guess. The Dravanian terms. All present, let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Ilsebad, Rads at Han.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Is it also going to be an elephant? But oh. Oh no, it's an aura.
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nedana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nedana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Dragon. It's a dragon.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Rads at Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads at Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wit."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rads at Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a sure path before me.
This is not what I expected, I'm gonna be honest.
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Paddlethan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall we spend in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
What about Tiamat? Is she alright? Or Tiamat, sorry. The meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlie and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Sot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherite before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. just as I was getting used to ball meat Thavnia, we're back in Chili-Shalian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Before that, I'll be right back, because I need some food, and I haven't eaten all day, so be right back. Easy speedruns. Then there's been progress in both investigations. Shall we share the findings from our respective locals? Hell yeah, progress music.
Your time in Safnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcus overall by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphino is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Let's go. Yahoo! Ilsabad. Oh. Oh. I forgot to attune to Radzat. But again, they did kick us out before I even got to look around the city, but so, oh well. Not that button, oh well. Day 81. Let's go, gamers. Soon. A fellow adventurer. Let me just go up here to unlock this area. Just so I at least have it discovered. Also extra XP. 26,000. Nabdeen. And our friend of yours there. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Did you see the moon? Did you notice? Okay, if this is the future of aether travel, I think I'll stick to the two boats. Aye, no warning. No warning, however pathetic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. But don't they also have... Oh wait, Justinian doesn't, right? Oh thanks, with these we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. So, I'm gonna be honest, I just assumed everyone in the Scions had the Blessing of Light. Not just me. Like, I thought it was just all of them. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Centurion and his band will break through the tower's defense and locate its core. Easy peasy. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of the Ranian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. This is because I'm doing the story, dumbass. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Daphne and near the entire world, we must prevail. And also Hidden, you don't get to talk shit! You're still level 54! I think. The Tower of Salt. Now accessible. Like, you're out here acting like I don't know what I'm doing, but bruh, you ain't even leveled. You ain't even on this expansion. B. Should we check what... No, because it's the first... Well, the MSQ I'm doing right now is only giving me like... Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, bitch. Mine isn't giving me experience either. I didn't notice those before. Venus! I'll place this. Let us proceed with caution. Ah, gang's all here. One or more party members are new to this duty. No. The Tower of Tentacles. I've watched enough off-brand anime to know where this is going. Magic But he there's... Oh, hello there, Screwdriver. Welcome. Welcome to Endwalker. Salt armored fiend. In attack position. The at hit has been spotted. Prepare to engage. But yes, welcome to the first dungeon of Endwalker. Only took like half an hour. Look, those beastie masks. It's the Manusaya. Come to light. You'll focus on sustaining the Akasodara. So I'm assuming we're gonna have to fight those sisters there. Since they are like the main super uber duper mega gods. Half an hour? Listen, I know what I said. Leveling was also pretty slow through MSQ, I'm gonna be honest. At least it felt slow. I cast Confitio! Oh, and I did that. Healthy boy, please heal me. I swear to God, I will murder you. Sword armored V in attack. Not even level sync, which means I could have leveled up harder, faster, stronger, better. Ooh, Venus. Whoop. Requiescat. Ah, there's the first boss room. Nice. Confitio. Boop. Ah, it is the sisters. Minturuva. She was the youngest one, right? Yeah. I mean poison. Albino. Woo! Damn, that music.
You underestimate me.
Thank you, Stinian. You have been underestimated. We can tell. Oh, she's gonna drop yours.
You underestimate me.
Jesus Christ, comb your tits, Stinian. What do you mean bio? Bio doesn't exist anymore. That has been uninstalled from the game, exactly. Oh, heal me! Heal me! Please heal me! Alfie boy. Dance with death until death clinch. Oh, oh! Let's do the dot, and we do the yes, Scott. Yay, no more shitty dot damage. For Summoner. Because I have a dot on my Paladin. But Summoner got a really big rework. I fucking switched over to it and it's just like, where are all my buttons? Just all of them gone. Woo! Stop running away! Transmute, let's do. Oh, I see this. Ah! Penis, 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 penis. The summoner has such cool cooldowns. The crystal thing fucking magic here. Wait, crystal thing? What? That allows me to add more buttons. Hold on. Which crystal? Do you mean the soul crystal? Or... I'm confused now. The new game. Oh, for some. Oh, like the the things. Yeah, those. I was confused. So you have to transfer different items. I was so confused what you meant. Of maiming. These are pending. They don't look too bad. Fuck. Ed, I don't know. Okay, it was like, as far as I understood, they were elemental alignments and not actual crystals, so shut the fuck up. Yeah, from maiming. So I can level my, Reaper. Because that's a new hot maiming gear now. Nobody likes the rune anymore. It's maiming or Reaper only. I should use Holy Circle instead. Here comes Confiteor.
You cannot stop us!
I have you now.
Like, imagine playing Dragoon instead of Reaper. Cringe, am I right, gamers? That's because they are elemental alignments, you dumbass. They summon gods. Literally. Based on the element you have currently aligned. What the fuck is this? Even one of the abilities is called Gemshan. Listen. Shut up.
I have you now.
Oh shit, it's a death claw. Fuck is that? Oh, it's an, yeah. No, good point. It was probably an SCP. That's why.
You underestimate me!
And it can only be equipped by those. Great. Havachi. Confiteor. What the hell? Tempered Imperial, but even funkier. You see how much holds are fucking spent. Sort hyper. Alright, because since when people get it, or when you're tempered enough, your body starts to change. So these must have been, oh god, in here for a while. Smile. Alice, why you? We have Estinian. We have a, oh. Oh, she's a Deku. Oh, spare me, illusion.
You underestimate me.
Forget it, Estinian, you're being underestimated, but Jesus, calm your tits.
You're mine.
So this is Alexander.
I can still fight. You underestimate me.
Violon cannot expel. Trousers of maiming, really? Guess I do have to play fucking Reaper or Dragoon or...
You cannot stop us!
I choose fight. Listen, you dumbass.
This will hurt.
Sort of got the shit. Almost at the end of it. None, no fending, absolutely nothing. Fuck me. Oh, fuck. Have at you. Are you still on? Come on, almost there. Come on, almost there. This last part on this bridge was honestly a lot longer than I thought it would be. No matter the cost, you must protect the tower. Harbinger select the Magus Sisters. Sisters! The other two are gonna show up. Different every other two bosses. See? Call it. From the time of Smite out. I have no idea what's going on, but honestly I'm just vibing with it.
This will hurt.
Well, I forgot to put up my other thing first. Damn.
Underestimate me!
Wait, she can do a line? Maybe? we should have killed that one first, because that one died easily. He's back to being sad after finishing dungeons. He's back to being sad. Were those sage weapons? Fuck. Well, I kinda like them. Fuck. Easy money, didn't even die, no wipes, flawless victory. Oh god, now I have the wrong gauntlets on. Yeah, now they're black. Oof.
Is everyone alright?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Oh, I should probably...
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stella?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. There is something there, embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
The power of Nidhogg.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
It's gonna do what now?
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Except himself.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
Oh, look out, Endwalker spoilers.
Ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate
That is an
souls to the
aura,
city.
Kyo. That is what the people refer to as an aura. No, it's a child, not a twink. There's a difference. No, no hidden, no. No, no. Bad hidden. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Razathan for treatment. Alice and Nishola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment. Ara. No! With support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Please take me there immediately. Had enough rest, have you? You've never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us come to make it. Also remember that the definition of twink changes if you're saying it. Unfortunately, I don't play Dark Souls, so it's fine. Had enough rest, you know. Right. Varshan bade us mega duta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Oh wait, on second thought, you and the Stinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great War. We'll have Grahati and the alchemist care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Why do you come? Why do you come here? So behold, holy Sheltron! It now has actual effects. I come because I must. 'Tis as what Hydran says. Hear, feel, come. You're welcome, everyone. I'll see myself out. Well, 8 more levels and we're level 90, and then we can stop playing the game. Let's go. And I don't get my next skill until level 86. Pog. Wait, divine. Bit the gun we're going after. No, not again. My machinist isn't even level 80. Huh. Blue mage. Honor silence. You are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must take your own way. Should you require direction, the city to the central station at the fountain atop the steps. Yeah. Though I have been to Rotterdam before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, you had better ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. So, yeah. Master Center. I presume I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. Satrap is Satrap's residence is situated on Dharma, the highest part of Ratsathan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternative path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps and up. Upon ascending them, you will emerge on Raxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right and you will arrive in Ruvidam Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. But I would like to see if I can repair at least. I like it when my gear is repaired and clean and ready to go. And we couldn't attune to this yet, right? Yeah, because it's... But there is a mender. Let's go. Oh. Yes. Right, because they get them in Fina's earring. I wish there was a button where I could just sell all the things I didn't need. Ugh. Store it till the hour so I can skip everything. Basically, shit's going down. Baby fucking dies. I'm just selling all this stuff because I don't want it in my inventory anymore. Why are you here? This one can stay a bit longer. Ugh. You're welcome for that story, Tildia, by the way. That's the best I can give you. You didn't see that, if anyone asks. Ah, 500 people in queue. Imagine not having almost 2 people in. I should probably keep those actually. When my other things get to 80. Keeping for the Dark Knight Glam. Wait, why do I have these? At least there's a little bit more free inventory space now. Sorry, I had to wait for that Estinian. So these are hosted like this, huh? Because I have the other ones that are a little bit bigger. They're hosted like this. Look at that. Much prettier. Alright, I'll hurry along with the story now so I can go talk to the boy. Hello, place to talk. Hello. Hello. Ah yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radharsan's wealthiest families. They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vault for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. This is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Damn, I can't believe Justinian has been looking for treasure maps. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshop of Rundir Fibers. Though you're free to observe, the artisans take care not to lose your way. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Or in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Hour is coming, Vitra. It's all over. What the hell? Oh, it's where you keep the dodos. Ah, I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk, squawk! Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire about your business? We are members of the Science of the Seventh Dawn, come to at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me. Did he change his shirt? It wasn't blue before, was it? At least close the door, damn you. Oh, it closed itself.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better.
Well, if you...
Thank you.
Well,
Harnish
because he's
Remedy
the
is a
ruler,
subtle
technically, of
potent
Ratzathan.
in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
I mean, he was the first.
Down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
You gotta remember that Estinian he used to be only slay dragons, but now he's actually kinda work with dragons. He literally rode on the back of a dragon in Death Unto Dawn. So, yeah, he knows what he's doing.
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Ratzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
God damn it, we will remember the... I don't know. I'm not going to fist anything you take, I'm sorry.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Ratzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. I A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
I think the voice acting fits well. I don't.
Albeit brief. My involvement in the Dragonsong War
Oh, what do you
afforded
mean?
me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made.
Get wrecked.
In some distant place,
just don't. Just get a better arcade.
Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
Oh, how fun, Kyo.
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you all of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
Goddamn. Midgardsormr, be smart.
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Onward to victory!
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
My mom says I'm special. Midgard, someone I have crossed paths, yes.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
The people we've lost. No, not horse fart.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies.
Hey, great.
We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
We're all gonna die. Woohoo, let's go. So what were you and Peter talking about? Prefer not to tell. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Archon Loaf, let's go. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Oh, that's why I can't. Corrupt of Pope damn religion in gaming system. Oh, so you had that. Yeah. Welcome to Heaven's Hall. No, you shouldn't be yet, but it's... Don't worry about it. From here we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I think I said before, you'll know it once you're in Heaven's Ward. But you're close, you're very close if you've already completed the... Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the design was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Ratzadhan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. But first I want to go down here so I can attune to this. Shit. Pray excuse me a moment. Maid outfit, goddamn. I like my sage weapons, they're great. These ones don't really fit the same way on this outfit. Better to attune to it now than when I need it, so, you know. Skirt. Okay, so once this one is attuned to, I should have all of them ready. So, and then everything is good. Yes. And here's the Aether Plaza. So far so good. There isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall and pass through the large of two doorways. The high crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Disablers are temporarily disabled. How do you disable an aetherite? How do you do that? Like, you just pull the plug so it doesn't work anymore? What? We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
Are the talismans we were promised?
That music.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
So you take them to Sharlayan, where everyone dislikes us?
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
They're finally awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I've been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnir from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
It works like a charm. Or a talisman in this case.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask.
great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
A flower that changes color, apparently.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
A limit break.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Gonna be right back, I need something to drink. I can... Easy speedruns. Soda. Hi, Kryle. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labor safety in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings for the Alliance leaders. Azanga suggested you should get some rest in the meantime. There's much change problem. Feel after all, there is nothing like collapsing a nice clean bed after completing a major maelstrom ban. Would you like to take a look? Yes, I would like to. Just let me in, Jesus.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
This is a surprising twist I did not expect. I thought some serious shit was about to go down, but no.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Sorry you get to hear me slurping, but
Oh, I don't know
I'm
about
thirsty.
that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart. What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? 'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. No, we've not yet
Here we go.
triumphed over the Tloth.
I have now slurped and I'm done.
Or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Fucking shot, what? You do know these are my quarters. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Except Graha is falling asleep. It's got a cloak. Wait, what does green mean then?
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower
I don't like that
Ravnir
voice.
has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
He's fucking insane.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On wings of fortune. I'm gonna keep with Bulwark Between Worlds. Ooh. Sound the bell schools in. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studio as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholark Montigny and thank him for coming to our rescue in the restaurant. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Daphne. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Ishtul and the others, I thought it now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent improper Impropriety. Perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Heading out for a stroll. The Skolak himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I'm too eager to see him, though I am somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Loaf. Here it is, phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expensive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. At the center of what could later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereal phenomena, hence the name. Though with Aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields standing proud as Shalion's foremost educational institute. We always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and ethereology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice for you to say that, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone that adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montagnier. All of faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. That was Alphen Olivier, wasn't it? The Alphen Olivier. And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. You can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the scholar. Yes, knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Eliapov should have a better idea. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books, and what's the second most important? Why is that simple? Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners out to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa, this tongue of Gigatoda, that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what most of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only things I'm not interested in gleaning is the scholar's whereabouts. I beg your pardon? You're not a gleaner? Then was that all an elaborate ruse? No, wait. Come to think of it. You never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it in the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts. Homes to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha, in the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Great, how wonderful, great. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Good evening, good sir.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Ah, fuck, school. Hold on, I'm gonna lean back. Fuck.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The towers, I guess? Or a calamity?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Ah, there we go.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Oh, how wonderful. 4,290.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Your character's just so entranced.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
I mean,
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
I'm special.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Wait a minute, I get it! That's why my character is so fucking obsessed with that fucking paper. Cause since the Asians are sundered souls, but if I am You granted the run of phenomena if you're a game kernel. So if Asians are sundered souls, and my character is also technically a sundered soul, right? Then shouldn't those memories that were etched into my soul be able for me to be found again? And that is the echo. If you're... spoilers for Shadowbringers. I am Asian. Except I hold the seat of a Sem and not any of the others. Well, let's give in. I mean, moreover, I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and the mysteries of life itself. For good measure. It's funny. I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling that his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, I'll head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Quinn Alipu, as the Scholark suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. It shows in the fucking trailer how you abused the power. That doesn't mean you're an Asian, you fucking dumbass. Have you never met the fucking Dark Knight? That's not... that doesn't mean Asian just because you use darkness. Black mages use that shit too. This is the fucking... This is the shit from the heavens, from Idleshire. The fuck? Fuck me yourself, coward, you won't. This is the Shire's custodian shit. What the fuck? That is the same thing. It is. They use the. That's because of the way that. So basically, black mages use the magic or use the aether coming up from their own soul, as far as I remember. They use the aether in their bodies to cast magic, whereas a conjurer would use the aether around them to cast magic. But there are no black mages on /black magic fuckery, you absolute wank. You see, Dark Knights use the way that they do it is just different. Plus, the way that the Asians work, their magic is also it's not because it's darkness. It's because they just use that's a bulldozer. I can't hit him. Jesus Christ. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you're away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eosia and the Eastern Alliance together to determine the way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Phew, I didn't realize that these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Bertrand the alchemist and the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Tulim Salominsa. Ooh, glow purple. What the hell is that? Let's see if this boat costs some money. Seems, how much money do you want? Not worth. I can travel for cheaper. Not worth. Park. See, saving money right here. Professional gamer. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Sitia and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Yeah, sure, just send me in, bro. My apologies for calling you away from Charlie at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. Might I ask what your plan entails? Ow. It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a certain abductions of Kobold, Sahakin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph at Razat-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabad contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telophorois every whim, without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask if you set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no recollection, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Orianche observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Sot was toppled, we had failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Yshtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on observations, inside the Tower of Sot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to a large spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring the schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. 'Twas all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabad contingent. Consider an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For revenge against the Telophoroi. Couldn't have put it better myself. You show that Thancred and Oyanji have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, that prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabad. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi, so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go safe in the knowledge also will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. In Alamigan quarter, easy money. 1 Alamigan quarter coming right up. Ah, the Wanderers return. You have been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabad contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the galleons has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eosia is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabad, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers what our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again? Word of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talisman you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maximin. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabad contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legate in an attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. Will deliver your people from harm in your stead. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Guy's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. I may have defected for political reasons. My love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide you and protect you all of you. The other members of the Ilsabad contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. This is literally just the fucking, what are they called? Idleshire's gear. Hold on, let me just glamour this. I can afford it, luckily. I can afford to travel to a place where you can actually do things. Wow. Finally free of this fucking menace. Ah, the remember time. Your friends may most of the Ilsabad contingent await you within. Would you like to see you? Would you like me to see you through? Yes. Alright, so who we got on our team?
By the 12.
Oh shit, the Thaumaturge Pugilist Guild. What the fuck?
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabad contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
Yeah, so she's also Gallian.
We have a hard road ahead of us,
Ex-Gallian.
but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone!
Machinist Guild. And the guy from House Fortune is here, and oh god.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
So because I'm a white mage, they know me. They recognize who I am.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Hey, it's that guy!
Wait, I know you. The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told,
That's
I'd rather
the
you had forgotten.
scholar teacher.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hill
And that's Marauder Guild.
and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Okay.
Well, you're certainly
Thrashing
raring
Q.
to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Thaumaturge's Guild and
If
Futurist Guild.
Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Finally, we go to
The four
war.
high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature.
Dragoon
together with
trainer.
the smiths
That's
of
what he
New
is. That's who he
Solomidza.
is.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine!
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
At least you're here. May your graceful prancing lead the way for a victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring do.
He's gonna die.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Ah yes, the people of
Out
Kugane.
of my way, you preening fool!
Hey! The people from Bosha and the entirety of the steppe. Oh yeah, damn.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
The potion.
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamiga. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Joma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good.
For the sake of the world.
Easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared
you
to
can see
think
her
on our
eye,
feet.
actually.
We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Well, are we ready to go to war? Again? Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. The talisman may prove to be a deciding factor in the victory. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That a set of warding scales I spy, not that I would know what they'd look like. You're doing great, Lace. You're doing great. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? and nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you've got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Einstein instead? Bugger if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sudden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Yes? No, stop. Yeah. So these are the famed warning skills. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atowa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, this is the primary weapon I volunteered. This is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition, to journey outside the 12th foot. Much less enter into Imperial territory is a rare privilege afforded to a Pajal. Now that I'm tagging along to see the sights, the Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. We heard it would be a cold Galmat, so we came prepared. That guy has the spirits! That guy! Or the talisman, we are to keep these close to at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands in times of strife, together stand together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othran, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wishes to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiti labor without rest to unite the people. If their aid will keep, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Do you have a warning skill for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to much incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabad, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I'll leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamigan quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Bam, 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 bam. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Oyanchi and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Isinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be boring Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise. I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats, if only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of science in need of a tailor I hear? Is that the Tataru? But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabad without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Pilot Tataru. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather than the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did one other thing to share. I did have one other thing to share. Archmus and Bluebeard have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan. Oh, why not? You can keep company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Arcus and Bloomweed did a fine job carrying on in our stead, while we were lying comatose with them in charge of the Rising Stones. We've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let us not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. It's fucking fashion. Oh. Thank you, Tataru. Do I have to wear it? I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Where is he? It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your gut continuing across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Yeah, in addition, you will be practicing about Yeah. Let us go to Garlemald.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
As long as we avoid Bismarck, because he's apparently still in the sky. That is a big Venus.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Oh, and these change clothes as well. Graha coming out with the fucking urban coat, fucking flexing on these hoes.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Oh, that's why I can't see Thancred.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Jesus Christ.
But easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
If that is necessary, then I guess that's it. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Oh fuck, Thancred.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Jesus Christ, serious, Thancred.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Thancred's gonna die.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
He's gonna die. Thancred's gonna die. Thancred is going to perish. Give me a moment, I'm not ready yet. Just got reminded of something that I need to do real fast. Okay, so maximum. Alright, there we go. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you're ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Hells.
Oh, that one. Okay, well now I know at least. Acid. Ah, shit.
Must be losing my touch.
Doesn't have an effect on me. It's okay, it's magic, so that one. I want that guy to move. Let's slash it. I want it over there first before I go in. Move them. Nice. How to hide this thing.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Must be losing my touch.
I actually think that was exactly what I planned.
Seven hells.
Oh, it's as long as they're alerted to me. Okay, I see. Oh, fuck.
Seven hells.
Well, I'm gonna die now, so... That's pretty pointless. Try to open my inventory to try and see if I can heal. Nope. Please die! Please, 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 please. Oh, thank you. Okay, I was like, where do you want me to go? What the?
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Hell yeah, Batman. A few moments later, at the rear of the Elsewhere contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Oh shit. Did I have a different drawing animation? I feel like they're more animated now whenever I draw my weapon.
Fighters! Protect the others!
Wait, did we fly chocobos with us?
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Oh, there's Alpha Boy.
What impeccable timing!
Hi.
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
That even though we saved Ishgard, not just for Ishgard's sake, but also for everyone else's, that he's still like, oh shit, it's the savior of Ishgard. Like, not the end of the Dragon Song War, savior of Alamigo, the fucking Far East. No. Savior of Ishgard.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Oh, we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Teletech. Oh no, you're not taking Graha. No. He's not supposed to die yet. He's supposed to try in a dramatic cutscene. The hell is that? Stop it. Okay, so I was basically useless. I wasn't supposed to do that.
You lot alright back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Head north and join the vanguard. Meanwhile, on the front lines. Please tell me I get to play as Ishtola. Or Estinian. I can also do this.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh no, they're gonna die.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
Oh, I get to play as me, I guess.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Yeah, it is different. I do have a fancy
There's
animation.
no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Total Pippin, because he picked up his father's sword. He's a goddamn fucking Dark Knight. I love it. Let's get it. I'm gonna save the time being there. Oh, be Jesus.
Right! Let them have it!
Here comes Confitio. Pippin up to steel.
As a raging bull!
Like his father's. Only death awaits.
That's her! Vigilia! Do not fall behind!
Bombs already. That's a fun thing. Ooh, penis!
Is everyone alright?
Yeah, everyone's perfectly fine. We're not just dying. Great, just that I pops fire. Just that I pop fire of light.
Or die!
Is he coming? Is the Sicilian coming? Oh shit. It's weird because now using Shelter I actually feel like it's not completely done. Because it also heals me and I like being healed. Oh, this is already familiar, but now it's the up.
Tremble before the sun!
Now Sadu's doing her special attack, and so is the other guy. Just 1 second. It's Meteor, isn't it? Duty complete. Easy money.
The worthy adversary! Rest! Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again! To the death! Sadu Hatun!
It's okay, little
That was
son.
the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
You're still trying to hold the line when I left, so...
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades.
Jesus Christ, Estinian Destroyer is just over
And
there.
soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Asians.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Ilsebad, Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss our course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Nistrola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alice and I will meet you there. Well, first I will be right back. Real fast. Faster than a spinning bullet. I'm meeting you. Yes, I'll make my way well once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Definitely. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Slot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. In the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You'll be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since one would expect to find them ransacked strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's probably that everyone fled at the first sight of trouble, though it seems so they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking out loud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Gee. What an
In any
edgelord.
event,
God
find
damn.
no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Oh wait, I don't know. I don't. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good, if this cold with Hataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Elben Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone. You'd take forever to finish a job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Oh, there it is. You. I feel like if I'm wearing armor, I don't need to wear the overcoat, since Isinian is not cold. Lucia is not cold. It makes sense for me to wear armor. That's why I haven't put on the coat. I spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep thing? Or mayhap it's a cow. Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? Ah, no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But, lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl! A survivor, show me! Over there, behind that tree, it looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. That's so fetch. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go and Godspeed. What the fuck? What kind of marble is... Or is lead east? Ceruleum sprite, huh? These ones appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? There. The girl in green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safe to get closer first, but you must do it without drawing her attention. Yeah, but she's gonna scream and then all the beasts are gonna come anyway. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective is end of failure. It will also end in failure if you fall far. Meanwhile, you are still streaming. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may... Of course I'm still streaming. What do you think? What? trying to get some good story progress in. Yeah, I'm planning on, once it's 6 o'clock, then I'm gonna go. I'm just trying to vibe, doing some story progress. Gonna have been taking breaks, I even gotten something to eat. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect that one. Or let me stalk this random girl in peace. Oh, fuck me. Yeah. Hey, dinosaur. Hey, Alexander. I must be imagining things. She did turn around here, right? I keep going, they're all depending on me. Someone fucked up. You there! Fear. Phew, still in one piece. Excuse me, miss. Who are you? Stay back, this house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Phew, we just want to talk. I'm Alphonode, this is my sister Alice and our good friend Centran. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't. I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find what happened here in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lysenia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar. And then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their house? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and my... Fourth time I crashed while in queue, oh baby. Oh, it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. Sigh, the truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course, whenever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Imagine being in queue for Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMO. This is everyone. Yesenia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to lay foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. We may build it on. Maybe build it under the gazebo. Under that gazebo. Yeah, that's kind of funky hidden. It's kind of weird. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes. Do as you will. She's gonna be evil. Let's go. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave the space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health. Which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Haha, look at what? What do you want me to look at? Ugh, let's final look at Discord then. Hold on. Damn, one person in queue. God, no, now you made me look at Discord, damn. And I'm still in queue for that one. Ha, get wrecked. Imagine having connections. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emaneline's tinctures. The ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Here you go. Warming tincture. I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? The calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow, food production, water purification. The magic that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of a ceruleum. Of course, cerulia ignis is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extracting or refinement. All's well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libitation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Haha, 'twas a joke, of course. A joke. Ha 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 ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on a puppet's flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, the lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? My vision curious was fucking reset. Oh god, 6. A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. Yet there are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore. Sources from Locus Amonis it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We must have founded an empire in these frozen waste, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Yeah, Oh my god. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw the gates of a guild's troops heading towards the Magna Glaciers a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yes, they were. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacier? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Flew all the way. Airships. That there might be a way to... Lysenia, where is everyone? Oh, Lysenia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Massey has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat alligators, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you're mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach that den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. However you decide to head there, okay. Haha. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods of Oved Victor's spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boots are on the other foot now. Now the capital's gone to shite. So they're resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Sellsword is a very pretty way of saying it, isn't it? There you are. Just after you left, Lysenia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. Because you had to carry them because last time, right? So this is Tabor's den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the gods? Eosians and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any good goddamn sense. Why in the hell would you pass up this chance to put those imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Gallian. You were brought here from other lands. Yerabanya, Yangsha, Bosha, Dalmaska, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all but put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we, about the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ignis, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of this picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but now how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sort all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they'll be willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsebad contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many that would be a cause for celebration, while for others their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it's consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Lysenia got her little sisters to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lysenia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysenia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange. But I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider the reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lysenia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Almost level 83. I think, actually, now that I was streaming for almost 7 hours, I am going to head off for now. Because there is some other stuff I need to get done as well. Because, you know, I'm an adult, the adult that has stuff to do. Prepare for work tomorrow. So, thank you all for being here. I hope to see you all next time when we continue the story. And I hope you've enjoyed your time here. Yeah. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. No, I'm kidding. I really appreciate everyone being here, and I really hope you'll be here next time for the continuation of the story. Bye!